for the Economic Opportunity Committee. I know that a lot of work has gone into pulling reactivating that committee, and I am really pleased to see that the county-wide discussion about economic development is restarting given the significant needs for recovery of COVID. I am deeply committed to that work that's going to improve the quality of life for our residents. I do just want to go on record with the desire to see jobs that pay living wages being attracted to Monterey County, as well as housing, job balance with the jobs that we're creating here. I do understand that this is timely, and I am pleased that there'll be a little bit of extra time to look at this. I had a little bit of concerns about the process used to nominate committee members, which based on what's listed on this agenda, which I understand is missing a few people, has resulted in a lack of racial, gender, and generational diversity, as well as geographic representation. There were also a few nominees that seemed to lack a nexus between their experience and the classification that they're being nominated to represent. So from what I understand, this would have been the time, or when we appoint these individuals, this is the time for the Board of Supervisors to submit names for additional consideration. So I would like that our BO Board of Supervisors Economic Development Committee to revisit the list of nominees with a lens towards the diversity that represents our county, perhaps considering people like Francine Rod, who can speak toward childcare issues, or Andrea Manzo, who might be able to provide insight on quality of life for workers, Dr. P.K. Diffenbauer, Dr. Carissa Purnell, who could help inform educational workforce training issues, Dr. Amanda Whitmire from the marine sciences field, or perhaps someone like Matt Horta with housing expertise that we need to continue to focus on for our economic development processes. So I would like to think beyond status quo and access some of the forward-thinking talent that we have here in Monterey County. I named just a few folks that, off the top of my head could bring this vision to our conversations. But I do want to thank everyone being recommended here for their interest in serving our community. These are all, talented, exceptional candidates, and I appreciate each one of them for their willingness to serve. But I would like to ask the committee to take a closer look at the full list of appointments and make sure that we have a full, diverse, and forward-thinking list of candidates included next week when this returns to the board. So with that, any further board comments? Otherwise, we can, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in on that point, and certainly a good list of nominees that are listed here. But I agree, when you have a county that is 70% people of color, our committee should be reflective of the people as well. And so I would just encourage, just an effort, I think, in all our committees is try to what we can is to have a diverse pool of candidates so that we could have diverse voices at the table reflecting different constituencies in our county. So I just wanted to agree with that sentiment. But I don't know how many additional positions there is. It seems like decisions were already made or recommendations already made, and simply there were a couple people left off this list, but I think it falls short on achieving the reflection of the people of Monterey County. Although people who are on this list are good nominees, but I think we could just do better by making sure we have diverse voices at the table.
Madam Chair. Oops. Yep, thank you, Supervisor Adams.
I could not agree with you more. And that's why I wanted to pull this entire item, because it was so upsetting to me that 2 women of color were left off this list. It makes us look so lame that we are not able to pull together a committee that reflects the look of our entire county. And Supervisor Alejo, I could not agree with you more. This has been a challenging situation to do, working on this committee, trying to pull this committee together. And I felt that we had done a very good job of ensuring that the qualifications of the people matched the segments to which they were, for the reasons why they were chosen. And it is very disappointing to me that we are having this kind of discussion now, when I wanted to pull the whole thing so that we could see the full list and we would not be feeling as we do that we have missed the mark. So there's a motion on the table, and I look forward to having a more robust discussion next week when we come back and you can have a look at the entire list. It's this situation has been very irritating, to say the least, from my perspective. So thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to offer a substitute motion which would move items 2 and 3 while tabling the rest of the appointments, which would be 4 through 9. I understand the sentiment on the concerns on that particular committee that's being constructed, but the IHSS ones I haven't heard concerns about. So I would just offer that as a substitute.
I'll
Thank you.
second that.
Okay, we have a substitute motion from Supervisor Lopez to table item 4 through 9 until next week, moving forward with approval of items 2 and 3, and a second from Supervisor Phillips. Any further discussion? Otherwise, we'll take a roll call vote on the substitute motion. Seeing no additional hands raised, we'll take a roll call. I'm sorry, have we gone to, we did go to public comment. We'll take a roll call vote on the substitute motion, please.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, we will have items 4 through 9 delayed till next week, and item 2 and 3 have been approved. All right. Next up, we have a call for general public comments for items not otherwise on today's agenda. California's open meeting laws do require elected bodies to conduct our business in open public meetings, but it does limit our discussion to items included on the posted agenda for a meeting. This means we may not be able to respond directly to your comment, but we do appreciate hearing from you and the public today. Is there any public comment today? We'll start in chambers. Thank you for joining us. The microphone is on and we'll just have the timer up on the clock if you wouldn't mind watching the timer.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Isabel González.
Pardon?
I'm sorry.
We'll do. And if you could just explain the process for translation and we'll add additional time. Thank you.
¿Perdón? Sí, en español. ¿Lista? Ajá. Mi nombre es Isabel González. Soy la mamá de Sergio González que murió en la cárcel de Monterrey.
Gonzalez, who passed away in jail.
Ajá, murió por el problema del COVID-19.
He passed away because of COVID-19.
Ajá, que no le dieron asistencia médica cuando él la necesitó.
He was not assisted with the medical when he needed it.
Ajá, y también venía para decirles que por favor tengan más consideración con las personas que están recluidas ahí.
And I'm also here to let you guys know to be a little bit more considerate with the people who is in there,
Ajá, porque no les dan atención médica,
because they don't get any medical attention.
no les han dado sanitación para limpiar sus cosas.
They haven't got any sanitized product for their own items.
Y hasta como he sabido yo, tampoco les han dado mascarillas para protegerse.
And also I know that they don't even wear a mask.
Y también últimamente cuando todos tuvieron COVID, los tenían todos los reclusos juntos, no los separaron.
And also I knew that all of them who were positive on COVID-19, they were all together. They were not separated.
Ajá, ahí fue donde mi hijo murió y también
And that's where my son passed away.
y también también quería decir que cuando él murió en el acta de defunción,
I also want to know that when he passed away on his death birth,
ajá, le pusieron que la investigación todavía estaba pendiente.
it says the investigation was still pending.
Ajá, pero ahora últimamente cuando he oído las noticias,
Now that I've been listening to the news,
ajá, están diciendo que fueron casos naturales.
they're saying that they're natural cases
Ajá, pero cuando en realidad fue por el COVID-19,
when it's actually because of
como yo tengo
COVID-19.
entendido.
That's
Ajá.
what I know.
Y también estoy aquí para hablar para los presos para que los atiendan mejor,
And I'm also here for all those who are in jail, that they can get
que
more
nos
help,
pongan atención,
so they can put more attention to them.
porque no sé si supieron, no estuvieron comiendo casi por una semana,
I also know that they haven't been eating for like a whole week
ajá, para protestar
for protest
por la muerte de mi hijo.
for the death of my son.
Quisiera que tuvieran consideración en todo eso, por favor. Ellos son seres humanos,
I want you guys to consider them as well because they're humans.
y tienen también derechos, son ciudadanos americanos, aunque no sean, de todos modos tienen sus derechos.
And they also have rights.
Oh, ok, perdón. Y también por la negligencia que no tuvieron la atención médica para darle a mi hijo. Por eso estoy aquí.
And I'm also here because of what, the attention that my son didn't get.
Ajá. Y quisiera que por favor tuvieran eso en consideración, que todos los reclusos son seres humanos y tienen derechos igual como mi hijo lo tuvo.
And that's why I'm here, because I want you guys to be considerate with everybody in there. They're all humans, and my son was there.
Que desafortunadamente él murió por el COVID-19 estando en la cárcel.
Unfortunately, he passed away of COVID-19 being in jail.
Eso es lo que tengo que decir. Muchas gracias.
And that's all what I need to say. Thank you.
And I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but even the.
Oh, we've got someone, if we could make sure everyone's
Yeah,
muted online.
I thought that was
Supervisor Phillips, I think you're, okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us today, and I'm so deeply sorry for your loss.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to express my condolences to her as well on the loss of her son.
Is there any other public, yes, thank you for joining us.
Hi, my name's Cassandra Ordonez. Sergio Guzman Gonzalez was my cousin, and he did die from COVID in the Monterey County Jail. What we're asking is if they can surrender, the medical from January, the dates of January to September 24th when he passed away. I also have word that there was a video camera pointing towards his bed where it shows that he was in pain and actually asking for medical, and he was being neglected. I know that all cameras there's 4 cameras in the dorm. I know all those cameras will show the negligence the staff had at the Monterey County Jail. What we're pushing for is that all inmates get treated the right way. They all get treated like human beings, like how we get treated out here. Just because they're in jail doesn't mean anything. They are still human beings. They are fathers, brothers, sons. I lost my cousin and I can't see him anymore. But I don't want nobody else to be the ones to be right here in my position. So that's what we ask. We ask for Monterey County Jail to open their eyes, to see that they're neglecting the people that have to come home to families still too. Like it's not fair. And so the medical is so they get tested, their sanitation's properly. The staff itself have proper masks, sanitize properly all the time. And I'm hoping it all gets better that way. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to join us today. Thank you for your comments. And again, we are deeply sorry for your loss.
Wow, can't help but be affected by that. Wes White, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union. Actually, I'm also John Doe 13K, so I've been following these folks all last week, and it's been gut-wrenching to listen to everything. I mean, everything's well documented. You can check it out on my YouTube channel. It's all accurate. I mean, as far as I'm understanding, I mean, I don't see any reason why these folks would lie, especially when you hear from folks on the inside and the way, and then the way the deputies' even attitude is. It just doesn't compute, and we need to get away from being just authoritarian and be more authoritative. And I mean, I see these are different departments, and I know this is going to be rough to even try to discuss. But it's pretty certain that he died of COVID-19, and that needs to be reflected, and the jail needs to take responsibility for that, and they need to actually do better. That's all I've ever been asking anybody to do, is do better. Do what you say you're getting paid to do. It's all grifty. And I mean, they have to pay by the minute to even do the phone chat. I mean, why are we taking money away from poor people to begin with? This is the recidivism cycle. If you ain't going to give me money, I'm going to make money off of you. And that's what's wrong with this culture. And that's why people are dying, and why we're saying we're taking care of them, but we're not. We need to do better, and we need to investigate this fully, and we need to own up and take responsibility for it and do much better. There's supposed to be all that social distancing that we do for anybody that's renting. But as soon as we own them, we just do what we will. We need to stop that.
Thank you for your comments today, Wes. Anyone else in chambers for public comment today? Do we have anyone else who wanted to make public comment? Okay, we'll move on to Zoom. If you're with us on Zoom and you would like to make public comment, if you could please raise your hand now so that I can make sure we don't miss you. We will roll through. I'll call the next person. We have 1:30 on the clock, and I would just respectfully ask that you help monitor that timer as well, so I don't have to interrupt you. We'll start with Ezra, followed by Beatrice.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, thank you. Hello, my name is Ezra. I'm a lifelong resident of Monterey County and a social sciences student at CSUMB. Thank you to all the speakers before me who voiced on this issue. I want to remark on the gross misconduct of Monterey County Jail personnel. The death of Sergio Gonzalez was preventable. His death is the result of CEOs criminally neglecting the basic needs of inmates who are under the stewardship of this county. The CEOs are responsible. Monterey County Jail Administration are responsible, and this Board of Supervisors are responsible for Sergio's death. We are hearing horror stories from those inside this carceral system of inadequate care, bunking COVID positive patients with COVID negative, COVID positive inmates with COVID negative inmates. For inmates to go on hunger strike in these dire conditions is a desperate plea for humane treatment. Inmate rights are human rights. Many of the people locked up are our family, our neighbors, and our fellow community members. Jail personnel and administration may believe they can do as they please with those incarcerated, but I want them to know that we are watching and we can see the mistreatment and misconduct. Justice for Sergio, Black and Brown and Indigenous Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezra. Next up, we have Beatrice, followed by Bernie.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We've got you loud and clear. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, I'm sorry. My thing, I'm with everybody that's commented so far. You know, the inmates they breathe just like you and I do. Supervisors need to be paying closely attention to this. This is enough. What are we waiting for, another death of COVID and not following the guidelines in the jails? That's my main concern, that if they don't follow, the worst months are coming up and we're not done with COVID. So please, supervisors, all supervisors and everybody else that needs to help, come together, do something. This is enough. You know, I think Sergio and his family, you know, Sergio deserves justice. Let's not have another death in the jail because of that. They're not given the supplies that they need. The soap that they're giving them once a week, it's piddly stuff that maybe you can take one shower and the soap is off. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Bernie, followed by Tanya.
Yeah, good morning, Chair and Board. So I want to start off with saying it's a shame to see Supervisor Phillips on a call, not paying attention to a brown mother coming up, speaking about the loss of her son in the jail, right? It just kind of shows like that bias, that white supremacy, that privilege, you know, even that racism, right? That excruciating out of people like that, you know? So I don't know where this board stands in regards to that, but, you know, Judge, you know, Phillips, you just probably resign, you know, because that's unacceptable. Also, understand.
Wait a minute. Is he accusing me of being a racist?
Also understanding that everybody here in this board approved a budget from the sheriff's department around COVID-19 supplies and materials or whatever it was. However, you have a hunger strike that was going on. You have protesting, you know, community members concerned around all these things, you know, that this board gave money to the sheriff to provide, but it's not happening. So it just kind of makes me think like, okay, well, what is this money being utilized for? You know, and also recognizing that the sheriff department actually has been mismanaging funds, you know, so this next budget cycle might be something to look at. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's the second time this guy has called me a racist in open thing. So I just want to tell you, I'm offended. And next time MIPA wants to come and chat with me about something, I'm going to stick it to him with this guy being involved.
I just saying that your actions are
all right. We're going to move on with our public comment. Next up, we have Tanya, followed by Carla.
Hello.
Hi, Tanya. We've got you up on minute 30. Thank you for joining us.
I just want to say that, you know, these inmates, I've talked to several inmates in there, different parts of the jail. I've called, you know, to, you know, find out, you know, what, you know, how they're going to, you know, go about this COVID thing. The person I talked to wouldn't give me her name. She basically stated to me that they're inmates that, you know, what do you want us to do for them? You know, they're not just inmates, they're humans. You know, the medical staff, you know, has been very negligent with these inmates. And it's not just from speaking to one inmate, it's from speaking to several different inmates. It's more on certain sides of the jail than it is on others. But I feel that the jail and the supervisors need to do something about this. I mean, how many more people are gonna, you know, end up losing their lives or getting real sick to where their families are watching them, you know, crawl to the phones or, you know, unable to sit there and, you know, talk because they're so weak. I mean, how many inmates are really getting the treatment, the medical treatment that they need? You know, I spoke to one inmate, you know, who he says that he's a diabetic. He's not getting his medication. He's not getting, you know, the afternoon snack that he needs, and his sugar goes really low. You know, other inmates have put in for 6 slips, and you know, it's been 4 or 5 days, and they still have no response from medical. They still have not gone to, you know, see medical. I mean, what's it going to take for them to really pay attention? And I'm asking for you guys to please do some kind of investigation for these, you know, to help these inmates out.
Thank you for your comments today, Tanya. Next up, we have Carla. And if
Henry
there's
here.
anyone else who would like to share public comment, please raise your hand now so that I can call on you. Carla, we've got 1:30 on the clock. Thank you
Yes.
for joining
Oh,
us.
hi. How are you?
I'm sorry. I think we need everyone to mute their microphones. Henry, if we could make sure your microphone is muted. All right, Carla, we've got, you're up.
Thank you. My name is Carla Lobo, co-chair of Central Coast Democratic Socialists of America. I want to start off by saying it's very unprofessional for an elected official to call out an organization that does so much in this community. Not only that, but the prime example of an oppressor being called out and being mad for the reason that we have people in this community that are not only calling you out, but see your actions, yet you stand here and violate amendments of freedom of speech by interrupting an individual, by simply stating exactly what he wanted to state, and then calling out an organization in a public setting like this. You are an elected official. Play your role and be for the people and not against the people. This is a dire end situation. We have folks that are starving themselves because they need a voice out here to speak for them. This is a long issue that plays into the 13th Amendment. We are looking at it face first. We have families that are standing outside of the jail protesting for lives to be saved. Yet we have supervisors sitting up here arguing with community members. That just shows the level of commitment that we really have sitting in the supervising seats. I yield the rest of my time.
Carla, thank you for your comments today. We don't have any other hands raised, so I will be closing public comment, and we will circle back. I skipped over inadvertently consent calendar agenda, so we will go back to the consent calendar. Before we do that, I do just want to, for anyone who would like to communicate with the Board of Supervisors, we do appreciate hearing from the community. Public comment is one venue for that, as well as on an ongoing basis. Emails are received by our board offices regularly. Our email address is cob@co.monterey.ca.us. And I do encourage anyone who has additional thoughts or comments to please continue letting us know what your needs are and what we can what you expect from us as an elected body. Okay, moving back to consent calendar items number 17 through 36. We will entertain. Do any of my colleagues need to pull any of those items for comment or question? Is there any public comment on the consent calendar items 17 through 36 today? Seeing no hands raised, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
Lopez moves consent.
Phillips, second.
Right, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Phillips. We'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Leal.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Consent calendar carries. Scheduled items, we have one, let's see here, we have item number 11 this morning. which is to consider finding pursuant to AB 361, and in order for the Board of Supervisors to continue meeting remotely, that the COVID-19 pandemic state of emergency declared by Governor Newsom is still in effect. The Board of Supervisors has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and the Monterey County Health Officer continues to recommend social distancing measures for meetings of legislative bodies. Is there a presentation on that beyond what we just stated?
Beyond what you stated, we would recommend that you make those findings to continue being able to meet remotely under AB 361.
Great, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item number 11 on today's agenda? Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. I hear Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, move staff recommendation.
Lopez will second.
All right, we have a motion from Alejo, a second from Lopez, and we'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams. Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. And I would just like to thank County Council. This has been a lot of work, this AB 361, keeping the county in compliance, keeping all of our individual committees and councils in compliance. I know that every one of our county council staff who staff a legislative body have been on their toes these last couple months trying to keep us legal on this. So thank you. All right, looks like we are recessing to lunch. Actually, this board will recess back into closed session. We will reconvene back here at 1:30. All right, thank you.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, mic check. I see the captions working. Can you hear me, Tess?
Sounds great. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
October 26, 2021. And we are going to, let's see here, call to order a joint meeting of certain Board of Supervisors standing committees as listed on the agenda. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Phillips, Alejo, Adams, and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Great, thank you. We have Spanish interpretation services in the chambers today available with Maria Avila. Maria, could you make that announcement, please? Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Valerie, are there any additions or corrections from the clerk of the board's office?
There are no additions and corrections.
All right. We have item number 1 to consider finding pursuant to AB 361 and in order for Board of Supervisors standing committees to continue meeting remotely that the COVID-19 pandemic state of emergency declared by Governor Newsom is still in effect. The committees have reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and the Monterey County Health Officer continues to recommend social distancing measures for meetings of the legislative bodies. Anything else to add, Susan?
Nothing to add, Chair. This is simply for the Board of Supervisors standing committees. It would allow them to continue to meet remotely pursuant to AB 361.
Got it. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing no hands raised, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board for action.
Lopez moves approval.
Phillips, second.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Lopez, a second from Phillips. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, we will now reconvene our Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call from the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Phillips, Alejo, and Adams appearing, and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
For anyone who's watching us live on Facebook or live on YouTube, you're also welcome to join us here live on Zoom. Zoom webinar ID number 224-397-747. We will move right along to item number 12, which is to hold a public hearing in compliance with the Tax Equity and Financial Responsibility Act of 1982. And we have a brief presentation from Juan Lopez in the County Budget Office.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and Supervisors. Lopez, Administrative Analyst for the Budget Office. This afternoon, we have 2 TEFRA hearings. The first TEFRA hearing is regarding a housing development by Chispa. A TEFRA hearing is mandated by the IRS to provide a reasonable opportunity for interested individuals to express their views on the issuance of tax-exempt financing and the nature of the improvements and projects for which the revenue bonds will be allocated. The issuance requires approval by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which the proposed project will be located. Your board is asked to conduct a public hearing under the requirements of TEFRA and the Internal Revenue Code, and to adopt a resolution approving the issuance of revenue bonds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $30 million to finance the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of a 66-unit affordable rental housing facility for low-income tenants. The revenue bonds are not the responsibility of the county or any other agency to repay other than Chispa. Paul Train from Chispa and Anthony Stubbs from CMFA are available for questions on the project and its financing.
Thank you. Any questions from the Board of Supervisors? Seeing no hands raised, we'll take it out to public for any public comment. If you're with us on Zoom, please raise your hand so that I can call on you. Seeing no public comment, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for any additional questions or action.
Madam Chair, I'll move approval. I just wanted to really thank Chispa again for being one of our greatest champions for affordable housing in Monterey County. And had Alfred Diaz-Infante been here with us today, he'd be speaking before us, advocating for this project to move forward. So in his honor, I want to make the motion that we approve staff's recommendation on this item.
This is Phillips, second.
Excellent. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo for a motion, Supervisor Phillips for a second. And I would echo the comments that this is exactly the type of project that we want to see happening. This is a long time coming project in East Garrison, and we are, I think, thank you, Chispa, for your work on this and bringing it forward. We'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
Thank you. Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
We could see you, Mary. We got you. That's an aye. Thank you. The motion carries. Next up, we have item number 13, which is to hold a public hearing in compliance with the Tax Equity and Financial Responsibility Act. And we will once again pass the microphone over to Juan Lopez for a brief introduction.
Good afternoon again, Chair Askew and Supervisors. The second TEFRA item is on a Montage Health financing that will generate proceeds to refinance prior bonds and fund the construction and improvement of healthcare facilities. This item might look familiar because the board held a hearing for it on September 21st. However, since then, the Montage staff have added other facilities to the overall financing of the project. Hence, your board is asked to conduct a new public hearing under the requirements of TEFRA and the Internal Revenue Code, and adopt a resolution approving the issuance of revenue bonds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $165 million for the financing and refinancing of the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of Montage Health healthcare facilities. The revenue bonds are not the responsibility of the county or any other agency to repay other than Montage Health. And we have Matt Morgan, CFO of Montage Health, and James Hamill from CSCDA, who are available for questions on the project and its financing. And we also want to remind callers that are calling in to press star 9 if they want to raise their hand.
Definitely. Thank you for that reminder. Let's see here. Any questions or comments from the board?
Just a quick comment, Madam Chair. I just, Montage Health and the Community Hospital of Monterey Peninsula are really valued healthcare providers for our community, and I really appreciate the investments that they're making in their facilities to keep them absolutely state of the art and at the leading edge. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Is there any public comment on this item? This is item number 13, TEFRA hearing. Seeing no hands raised, we'll bring it back. Would you like to make the motion, Supervisor Adams?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the staff's report.
Second.
Right, we have a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second from Supervisor Phillips, and we'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you to Juan Lopez. Thank you to our folks from Montage Health who are here today to answer any questions. And thank you also to the good folks at Chispa for your work bringing these things forward. Made it quick and easy here. And next up, we have item number 14, which is to receive a report and presentation in response to board referral number 2021.14. And I will pass the microphone over to Ashley Paulsworth for presentation.
Hi, everybody. It doesn't, oh yes, okay, I'll share my screen. Wonderful. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, supervisors and members of the public. I'm Ashley Paulsworth, the Sustainability Program Manager for the county. And this presentation is a follow-up to the preliminary response to referral 2021-14 on EV charging stations. Okay, so the recommendations before you today are to receive a report and presentation in response to board referral number 2021-14 14 and direct that staff pursue funding and resources to complete some or all of the best practices for EV readiness listed in the report and provide further direction as appropriate. Okay, so after reviewing Supervisor Alejo's referral and considering the intent and hearing feedback from the supervisors at the initial response meeting, the program has come up with the following summary of objectives, which is to assess the existing EV charging stations in the county and identify gaps in order to facilitate an equitable transition to electric vehicles in Monterey County. And we think we can do that by providing information to residents on those resources through a map on the county website with a focus on serving disadvantaged communities. We also need to identify grants and incentives that can facilitate EV readiness locally and partner with 3CE, MBARD, AMBAG, and others in order to achieve the objective of this referral. And I wanted to share the status quo of EV charging in Monterey County and also our future goals so that we know where we stand and where we need to go. So this is a map of existing known public charging stations in the county, which is provided through PlugShare, which is an open source platform that anyone can add to. And what you can see here are a bunch of different charging stations located throughout the county. The orange charging stations represent fast chargers, and the green charging stations are level 2 chargers. What's not shown on this map are home charging stations. So these are only public charging stations in the county. There is a state law that requires the California Energy Commission to publish a report on the charging needs to meet zero emissions vehicle targets by 2030. And this report estimates that there's 1,500 or so ports in the county. But as I said, lots of those are going to be home charging stations, which don't show up on this map and are not accessible to the public. And since the goal of getting to 8 million zero emissions vehicles in California by 2030 is what we're looking at, then we actually need about 12,000 ports in Monterey County by this, the California Energy Commission's report's estimate. So that means that we'd have to put in about 1,000 charging stations every year, 1,000. Some of those would be home charging stations, but others would absolutely need to be fast charging stations, which you typically see located in retail centers or along major thoroughfares, and which take about 30 minutes to fully charge a vehicle. And then we'd also see a mix of level 2 charging stations, which, since they take about 4 hours to charge a car, are much better suited to places that you'd be for longer, like a workplace or your home. And since, or a multi-unit dwelling actually, and multi-unit dwelling apartments are a really difficult sector to address because of split incentives. So we can't always, lots of people in Monterey County live in apartments and they may not have an option to become an electric vehicle driver. They might not feel like that because they might not have a place to charge at home. And that's definitely the cheapest and most convenient way to charge your vehicle. So this is a sector that I think is really important to address. And I'll get more into those details later about how we might consider doing that. So since this referral asks the county to assess gaps and facilitate a transition to EVs, I thought it would be worth exploring what the county's role should be in deploying EV charging stations and in EV readiness generally. So I created this chart to allow us to take a look at the different levels of involvement and support that the county could offer. And what you see, the first layer is this inner circle that says provide education and information. And I think this is definitely at the heart of what the referral asks us to do and should form the backbone of our EV efforts at the county. If you move out to this next level, this takes a deeper dive into the situation, doing some countywide analysis and attempting to identify gaps in charging station infrastructure and really to designate priority areas for installation. I think this is more of a planning activity, and this would help to cite future installations. It would also involve external partners, our transportation partners. So this effort is a little bit more resource intense and involves external parties. A next level, a greater level of involvement and support from the county would be to set an example at the county and lead the way for businesses and residents by transitioning our own county fleet. And then finally, the biggest step that the county could take in deploying EVs and setting ourselves up for success in the EV transition would actually be to adopt policies that facilitate EV deployment and put in place our own programs. So I'll go ahead into each one of these best practices in the following slides. This is that first layer at the core of our efforts, education and outreach. And this is something we have already budgeted staff time for in fiscal year 21 and 22 within the sustainability program. Right now, we are working on a fact sheet for regional incentives and grant programs and have built out a web page for electric vehicles in Monterey County. We're also supporting EVs for Everyone by co-promoting their events. And EVs for Everyone is a nonprofit-led program that reaches out to and assists low-income individuals in applying for and stacking incentives for purchasing EVs. All right. We also have a plan in place to identify gaps and set priority areas through a grant that was awarded to our local MPO, AMBAG. And over the next 18 months or so, sustainability staff will participate in the development of a zero emissions vehicle study, which will include various mapping exercises and a focus on serving disadvantaged communities. This effort is also budgeted for within the sustainability program in this fiscal year. And this is an example from Contra Costa of an EV readiness map. And so what they did here was, they essentially took places where residents would lack access to charging at home for various reasons and layered that over geographically. So the darker the area, the more difficulty a resident is going to have charging. And that could be for various reasons, either low access to public charging or a high number of multifamily dwellings. And so I think that coming out with a map like this is an example of what we would maybe be working towards with some of those efforts that I just mentioned. Okay, and then moving out to the next layer here would actually probably require some additional resources. This layer is internally focused and asks the county to set an example for county businesses and residents by leading the way and electrifying our own fleet. And I'm going to come back to this slide, but I want to tell you about a study that we did last year in the sustainability program. And this was brought to the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee this past May. So sustainability staff conducted a basic analysis of the total cost of ownership for electric vehicles versus internal combustion engine vehicles using our county fleet data. So we looked at the most commonly owned car in the county and the most commonly owned SUV, which is the Dodge Charger and the Ford Escape, and compared them to the total cost of ownership for similar electric vehicles that are on the market today. And what we found was that the total cost of ownership for an electric vehicle for a light duty car is less than that of an internal combustion engine vehicle, even without incentives. So the total cost of ownership takes into account not just the cost of the vehicle, but also the cost of fueling the vehicle, as well as any estimated maintenance and even the salvage value over the lifetime of the vehicle, which in our case is about 8 years or 120,000 miles. And what we found was that there are 168 vehicles that could be considered near-term advantageous switching vehicles. And basically what that means is that these vehicles fall into that category that I just discussed, where if we did purchase an electric vehicle instead of an internal combustion vehicle, that we would actually save money over the lifetime of the vehicle. And what a near-term switch means is just that these vehicles are probably nearing the end of their life based on the data that we have. And what we found was in total that even without the incentives taken into account, that the county would save approximately 1.5 to 2 million if we switched all of these vehicles over in their next purchase cycle. And not only would we save money, but we would also reduce emissions on the order of about 845 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent over the lifetime of these vehicles. And just for a sense of what that means, the county's annual emissions are less than that. So the county the county operations, County of Monterey's operational emissions. The last time that we calculated were less than that. So that's kind of a big number. And also, I want to say too that these numbers were calculated using $2.55 for a gallon of gasoline, because this was done last spring. And we all know that gasoline is much more expensive than that now. So these numbers are actually very conservative. All right, so like I said, we're back on this slide. And what we're looking for today is some guidance on whether the county wants to pursue this kind of role in EV charging station deployment and really take the next step by adopting an EV purchasing policy. We would absolutely need to explore this further and understand what kinds of charging stations we would need based on our driver behavior at the county. And that's why these two best practices really go hand in hand. So the other best practice on this slide is prioritizing installation of EV charging stations through the capital improvements plan. Right now we have 16 ports for EV charging at the county. Those are level 2, and they are more for employee commutes than they are for our fleet necessarily, because of that reason. And so although there are many incentives and grants that are available to the county, the grants don't typically cover incremental costs like project management staff time or any increase in electrical capacity or any of those types of upgrades. And working to integrate sustainability and EV charging stations into the CIP is a major objective of the management analysts that we're currently working to hire within the sustainability program team. But procurement staff, fleet management staff, and any county driver's time hasn't necessarily been budgeted for this fiscal year. And we'd absolutely need cooperation to move this kind of policy forward. Los Angeles County is actually an example of a county that has adopted a purchasing policy like this. It's a pretty simple policy. I think it's 2 pages in total, but it does have exceptions for driving patterns and vehicle types that are not currently available. All right. So this is the last and most comprehensive kind of approach for a county role in deploying EV charging stations. And that would be to actually facilitate that deployment through our own programs and policy. And there are many different ways that we could do this, but after talking with 3CE, MBARD, AMBAG, and some others, and really looking into best practices in other counties, the sustainability program is offering up these 3. One way that we could do this would be to issue an RFP that would essentially lease out county lands to third parties for them to deploy EV charging stations. The County of San Diego recently signed an agreement with a vendor to do this, and I believe Tesla has a similar engagement that's underway with the City of Monterey. The devil's really in the details on this, but it would absolutely require coordination between the CAO's office and Public Works, Parks, and Facilities. The RFP could have requirements that such stations be sited near disadvantaged communities, but at this time, we don't really know what kinds of parameters a vendor would need to make something like this work. And in some cases, we may be able to draw some revenue from such a contract. We have already had a few meetings with third-party vendors to discuss this activity, and we need to bring in other departments. In San Diego, the stations were deployed at no cost and no revenue to the county, but they did have this added advantage of being a more densely populated area. Another option that you see here, this is the second one, would be to complete a streamlined permitting checklist for EV charging stations in the county. This concept was also shared with the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee last May. And this is a map, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this map. Okay, so AB 1236 requires streamlined permitting for EV charging stations, and Monterey County does have a streamlined permitting process in place. But the reason that we're not green, the reason we're yellow is because we don't have a checklist for the process. And I think what came through at the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee meeting was that you know, it's wonderful that we do have this process, but if you look, and I can't zoom in because this is the static picture, but if you look at the map, several of the cities on the map don't have a process in place for streamlined permitting for EV charging. And because of their density, they are likely more attractive places to locate EV charging stations more often. And so maybe a more regional approach towards this effort would be warranted. The other thing that we don't know about is whether the streamlining results in increase in EV charging station capacity for developers. If it's effective or not, we're not really sure. We haven't had the chance to really go out and speak with developers. I think that's something we'd want to do before we work too hard on this. And I'm going to go back to this slide. Okay, so finally, the last option that I would propose for EV readiness would be to adopt a REACH code that would increase the pre-wiring requirements for multi-unit dwellings and commercial parking lots in new construction and deep retrofits of buildings and parking lots. So this would require stakeholder engagement and ordinance development. The good news about this is that 3CE is going to be convening a working group this year on REACH codes that will cover this topic. However, HCD staff time and any cost for consultation was not budgeted for in this fiscal year. These REACH codes are really their building codes, and so it would make sense to align this effort with the next code cycle update, which I believe goes into effect in 2023. And typically what we would do is to either, to perhaps adopt the tier 1 or tier 2 voluntary sections of the building code, which would require the additional pre-wiring or to customize the section of the code based on feedback from stakeholder engagement. And just to take this a little bit deeper for everyone, this is a demonstration of what a REACH code would do. It essentially would require additional circuiting and so on, so that to be done during construction rather than after, which is extremely cost effective, as opposed to adding in a station after the building is complete. And expanded ordinances or REACH codes have been adopted in many jurisdictions. An example was provided with the board report for the city of San Francisco. And this last slide is just an example of some of those cost savings. And this is sort of an older slide. And just to give you a sense of some of the quotes that I've gotten for installing fast charging stations at the county after the fact, after the building is already built and so on, is, can be $25,000 or greater to install the station versus, it looks like during construction, the costs are quite low in comparison. So really the time to do it is during those retrofits and new construction. Okay, so that's the end of the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I'll take you back to the recommendations.
Great, thank you so much, Ashley Paulsworth, for this presentation. And I'm so pleased that we were able to have time finally on our agenda where you weren't rushed or being punted from one time frame to another. So this was great to have the opportunity to get into a little bit more detail. Let's see here. Let's take it over to Supervisor Alejo first. I believe this was your referral, and we'd love to hear from you. Supervisor Alejo, are you getting our audio? Ashley, are you getting our audio?
I am.
You are. Okay.
I'm not getting Supervisor Alejo's audio.
Yeah, Supervisor Phillips, are you able to hear us?
I am.
Okay, let's maybe it looks like Supervisor Alejo looks frozen on my screen, so maybe we'll give him a chance to load back up again.
Yep, Phillips can go first. That's okay.
Okay, are you sure? All right, yes. Perfect. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, actually, I have a few comments too, but where are our charging stations? How many charging stations do we have on our various campuses?
I think we have 8 charging stations, each with 2 ports. And 2 of the ports are at Alisal, the government center there. 4 of the stations, so 8 of the ports, I think, are at Schilling Place. And then the remaining ports are with the Agricultural Commissioner's office.
Okay. Well, my feeling is I think we got to move sooner than later on building up our fleet of electric vehicles. And to me, like kind of like you mentioned, that we probably everybody should be looking at buying at least a hybrid or a full electric vehicle when they're replacing, unless there's a real reason why they can't. And to do that, we got to have charging stations. You know, I think on every of our campus, the King City campus that we're developing, the Monterey campus, Natividad Road, we got a lot of our vehicles there. Schillings, I know we got some at Schillings. The administration building, I think we have to beef them up there. The Public Works building up on Natividad off of Constitution, I think it's critical, and it's crazy not to put in at least 6 every time you do it, because you can pull a lot of wire. They're only 60 amp service. You can pull a lot of wire through a 2-inch conduit, and that's a lot of the cost doing it. So I think that's something we have to work on. And some of these that you can do are multitask. If you're using a card for it, other people can use it with their credit card, and we can plug it in with our various departments that would do on it. But and beyond that, I think probably Supervisor Lopez and I have a similar thing. I don't have any cities out in my way, so I think we have 1 in Castroville. We have none in Pajaro, none that I know in Las Lomas. We have 6 in Prunedale, but they set those back behind. No one can see them. No one uses them. So that's frustrating. Aromas is another thing. So I think we have to work, whether it's us doing it or we're working with Air Board and the other ones, to make sure that each jurisdiction has some charging stations. But I think it's critical for us. I think we ought to set aside $350 a year or so just to do the charging stations. And clearly anything else we're building, we ought to add in the conduit so we have our charging stations in it. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Alejo, we'll try this again.
Yeah, I was cutting out there. My internet wasn't so good. Hey, but I want to first of all thank Ashley for her research on this and really trying to get us and just helping us have this conversation, because we just hadn't had a more thorough discussion, and having you join our county team helps bring that expertise and help elevate the conversation of where we need to be today and where we need to be just in a few years down the road in terms of meeting some of these goals. And if we don't start now, we're going to be further behind. We're behind today, but we're going to be much worse if we don't start implementing some of these ideas, and all are very, very reasonable approaches. First of all, just the mapping, of course, just looking at where we have gaps. I think that's certainly a start, and also knowing that a lot of work has been done just on outreach in English, but it's real Spanish, where with the Spanish-speaking community, where we still have a lot of work to do and make some inroads. So that emphasis, I think, is where the county could help. The other agency partners that are working on this as well really highlight the fact that we have a large Spanish-speaking population in this county, and we certainly don't want to leave them out of the conversation, and educating them also about the savings that we'll have in purchasing more environmentally friendly vehicles when they make their next purchase, and that it's not just an option about buying new electric vehicles, but the options even in the used electric vehicle sector as well. But I do want to also echo what Supervisor Phillips has also said, is that we have the power to start with what we want to do using our own dollars, and certainly with the fleet of our size and a workforce of our size, we could really set the example that could hopefully also influence other local governments to move in the same direction. So when it comes to our purchasing of the next round of vehicles, that's a certain one for me. But with that, and with the workforce of our size, certainly making it easier for employees to commute to work in these kind of vehicles, I think is critical. And as you said, we have some of the charging stations that take numerous hours to charge up, and that's where I think we also need to emphasize in putting the fast charging stations that could really make it easy for workforce to come park their vehicle, charge it within half an hour, and then be able to I think that would be a big incentive for employees if we have those faster charging stations. And then the key one, as you rightly pointed out, we need to have some conversations with our developer stakeholders. But like Supervisor Phillips, I also think that's we have no choice but to plan for the future and what kind of vehicles are going to be serving Monterey County residents, adjusting our ordinances and our building codes to meet the future, I think is one that we have to come to grips with. But I think that first those conversations need to happen first. But certainly this is an item that you said the timing is right. The next round is coming up soon, so we have the time to have the conversations, but then bring this back to make sure we're modernizing our ordinance to meet the future needs of California and certainly of our county residents. So thank you for the long list of actions that we could take, and I hope that my colleagues will pursue all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, and thank you also for submitting this referral. I think it is spurring a conversation that needs to be happening. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashley. We didn't have much time to discuss the priorities and options provided back at the September meeting. So I really want to thank you very much for bringing this back for further discussion, and really appreciate the amount of research that you put into this. It's clear that you've really worked hard on it. The attachment, I appreciate also the 3CE energy programs. Seeing that attachment was really helpful because I think their program funding can be a great way to match grant funds for the EV charging stations. I support you and staff pursuing funding and resources to the extent that our sustainability program can with existing staff resources. I also don't want to see us duplicate efforts. You know, we were talking about what AMBAG is doing and what 3CE is doing. I think there are a number of programs that we should make sure we work together with, because it would be so much better for us to dovetail rather than just be duplicative and spend money that we don't have. I also understand the value of doing an ordinance with and permit streamlining, and but I know that HCD has a lot of implementation work on the general plan on their plates right now, and other ordinances that may take priority over this issue. But as the others said, I don't want to see us fall behind. So I'm just, I'll encourage staff to include this in their engaging in the ongoing work plan that they've got, because it really is important. There's value in developing a county EV outstanding purchasing policy that would result in extensive savings over time. And I also encourage staff to look at prioritizing investing in this effort through next year's CIP. And then I wanted to get one thing, wanted to understand one thing, Ashley, that I did not. When you were talking about it costs, say, $25,000 to install like a fast charging EV station in a building that's already built, and much less if we're doing it when the building is going up. Are you saying, I don't know, and I didn't even know what I'm talking about here, but I'm asking a question. How much does each EV charging station cost?
Okay, it definitely depends on which type of charging station you're getting. And in lots and lots of cases, we've been able to come across the hardware, extremely discounted costs, but the installation costs are where we've had to go out and try to get some quotes for it. So I think that the fast charging stations are more expensive and the level 2 charging stations are less. And understanding the total cost to the county would, for either our fleet and to convert our fleet or to encourage employees to drive EVs, is a kind of a complicated question, because we don't really know enough about our driver behavior yet. We don't know where the cars stay at night, and we don't know
Where do the cars go at night?
Yeah, we don't know if it's possible to charge, because there's a possibility that a lot of our vehicles could be charged using level 1 type of chargers, because they might only need to be charged overnight, and then when they're on the road, they might be able to access a fast charging station. And also the logistics of charging with fast charging stations is a little bit complicated when you have a fleet. So anyway, we really would have to do a lot more research to better understand the cost.
And then do you know, would it be just a handful? This is probably a question for Randy, but do you think it would be a handful of vehicles that are used more than the daily charge? Example, if you go like 200 miles or so between charges, do we have any idea if that would be an impediment to moving forward with EVs?
I think that's kind of the next phase of the study that we're working on. It would be a driver behavior questionnaire to be able to understand the answer to that question. And I'll let Randy answer since he's here.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Ashley, and chair, members of the board. To Ms. Paulsworth's point, it would definitely depend on what the study results would indicate. We would need at least a pilot study to determine the quantity of usage, and it depends across each of the departments. If we were to start off small and look at some of the more focused departments that use a lot of trip miles, for example, inspectors who may go out to inspect different job sites, or once you do the in-home care or other types of retail level services, they would tend to have more miles than other groups. So it would really, to have an informed decision and an informed answer, a study would be highly recommended to be conducted to further vet that answer out.
Thank you. And thank you again, Ashley.
Supervisor Lopez, do you have any questions before we go to public comment?
No questions. I completely agree with all the comments of my colleagues. I think I've been on this stage long enough screaming, let's do this. So I'm just excited about the path that we're on, and I'm fully supportive. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you. I'll take it up to public comment. Any public comment on this item, which is let's see here. It's our response to referral about EV readiness and opportunities for the county. I don't see any hands raised, and we don't have anyone jumping up in the audience to speak up. So I will bring it back to our board. Ashley, would you be able to pull up the screen that had the options for direction?
This is the recommendations page. I didn't list out each one of the best practices here.
Yeah, do you want to go to that page, and then we can just talk a little bit more about the best practices that we want to give direction to pursue?
So we're already kind of doing this one, and we're already doing this one. So I think the two areas where there's need for direction is in terms of the purchasing policy, prioritizing EV charging stations in the CIP, and then this facilitation of deployment of EV charging stations through one or all of these three options, which I think that the working on an EV readiness ordinance, working on a streamlined permitting checklist, and perhaps issuing an RFP for charging stations on county lands.
Great.
Sure, I'll make that the motion to provide direction to move forward on those recommendations. The only one I would add, Ashley, was you also give the example of Contra Costa having that map of needs. Could we also develop something like that for Monterey County? Or is that already in motion?
I will check in with AMBAG on what exactly will be the outcome of that study. I imagine that we'll be seeing maps very similar to that. So I'll check in.
Yeah, and certainly don't want to duplicate work, but otherwise we'd love to have something similar so that we could use that as a guide for us in future decision making.
Okay, wonderful.
And Ashley, I think that the pieces of the question, and thank you for the motion, Supervisor Alejo, are around the direction would be to bring back some very specific details around the funding needs to pursue all of the recommendations that would be best practices that you've presented to us. Some of those look like they need some additional housing and community development staff time, as well as we need to get your the sustainability position hired for and up and running so that you've got capacity to be able to engage in that. And then I do think that there are potentially more grant dollars flowing that we could access in terms of looking at our own vehicle fleet, expanding our charging stations. I think that those things are gimmies in terms of actions that we know we need to take. But the thing that I feel really excited about is really this opportunity to streamline some of the policies within the county plans so that when people are working on their developments, that we make it as absolutely easy as possible for local business owners, local homes to be also parallel tracking this. And I think sometimes we make it more difficult than it needs to be. So having that HCD time dedicated to streamlining those codes, streamlining those requirements seems to me like one way that we can leverage private dollars to support this effort as well. So, would the motion be, Supervisor Alejo, to that we're endorsing all of the recommendations that are put forward, and we would ask to have some of the specific cost pieces returned for action?
Yes, ma'am. And like I said, some of it's not funded this year, but we're halfway through this year almost, and certainly some of that work could be factored into the budget for this program for the next fiscal year as well.
And Madam Chair, just to clarify for the record, it's not just the recommendations that were listed on the recommendations slide. It's also the best practices and proposals that Ashley has put forward throughout the presentation.
Yes, those
Indeed.
are.
So with that, I'll second your motion, Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you.
And let's see here. And I do think, I know 3CE has quite a bit of a growing amount of program dollars that they're looking for some good proposals for how to spend. So maybe part of what we even need to do is to put together our own proposal to take to them about how we can help them spend down that growing balance that they have. All right, any further discussion? I don't see any other hands raised. Any of my colleagues want to chime in? Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, just looking at it, and it's going to take a little work to make sure we're picking the best product, one that works on all the vehicles and is fast charging. And another thing for our, and it's not that expensive to put a charging station in a home for some of our employees that are driving county vehicles every day. It might be cost effective to put a charging station in their garage at county expense. It may be easier that way than utilizing more charging stations at our county facility. Just something to throw out anyway. So
thank you, Supervisor. We'll take a roll call vote then.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you again, Ashley Paulsworth, for all of the work that you've done. I think you've been with the county, less than 2 years, and we're making quite a bit of progress. So we really see and value having you as part of our team. Okay. Next up, we've got item number 14, which is our County Administrative Officer comments and referrals. Charles McKee.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We do have one new referral this week from Supervisor Phillips, is to codify no overnight parking on Potrero Road and Moss Landing. And that will help with some of the safety concerns, as well as the need for sheriff's peace officers to enforce that no parking area out there. And we'd be happy to refer that to our Public Works and Facilities division and department, so we can move forward with that. I also would like to recognize the Monterey County Health Department and our communications team for being part of the Monterey County Weekly Best of, and it's the best place to go for COVID information. The health department and our communications team were identified by readers of the Monterey County Weekly as the place to go for reliable COVID-19 information. And so we're really happy to get that recognition and to know that there is a good, reliable source of information, accurate information out there. And the place to go find that is our health department website, as well as the weekly media briefings that Maya Carroll does on Wednesdays. It isn't only limited to COVID at this time, but it is a great source of information for COVID and other items that might be of interest to the public. So I appreciate that recognition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, is there any public comment on the CAO comments and referrals today?
Hi, Wes White, Salinas, Monterey County Homeless Union. I think there's a piece in there with the Laguna Seca Raceway and a large allocation toward that. Just there's so many parks in this county. It's kind of weird how it gets such a large lion's share of it. And especially if it goes to WeatherTech, because it's the same, if it's the same group that's managing it from March or June when the pandemic was declared over in California.
Sorry to interrupt, Wes. This would be for the comments and referrals that the CAO just made.
All right, never mind.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, public comment on the CAO comments and referrals? All right, seeing then we'll close that and bring it back. We don't have any action on that. I just feel compelled to comment that I understand the need to get the signs up to manage overnight where overnight parking is safe, can safely be provided. But I also want to just acknowledge again that we can't enforce our way out of our housing crisis. And I think that the need for expanded safe parking in our community throughout our county with additional sites in every district to accommodate places for people to safely and legally sleep if they are in fact sleeping in their vehicle is important. And I want to thank my board. We've been for conversations and consideration around where in each of one of our districts we can accommodate that kind of safe parking. So I look forward to having some of those items come back to the board so that we can allocate additional resources to ensure that everyone has safe and legal places to sleep at night. Any other board, let's see here, I'm missing, any other referrals to announce?
No new referrals. We do have the referral response, item 16 on your agenda.
Got it. Okay, referral responses. We have a preliminary analysis report in response to board referral number 2021.19, seeking to create a farm worker resource center in the community of Greenfield, California.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As you can see by the report that's been submitted by your Agricultural Commissioner, he's done some significant research already to look at how to respond to this referral. And so I will turn it over to Mr. Gonzalez, just do a quick recap of that and see if there's any board direction to do anything different than what is reported in the referral as the project description.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mr. McKee, thank you very much for the opportunity. Henry Gonzalez here, your Agricultural Commissioner. We've conducted some initial information gathering regarding the services currently available for the farm worker community. And what we have found is that farm workers pretty much need the same services as anyone else, but there are some areas, of course, that they need even more so than others. The other departments that we have been working with, the Health Department and Department of Social Services, have been very cooperative and are assisting us in helping us to determine what services exist. And also with the United Way of Monterey, they're also assisting us. So we hope to have all of this information available when we complete our final report to present to you. And we're hoping that we will be allowed 90 days to complete this referral report.
Thank you, Henry. Appreciate that. And I guess that we turn to the board to see if there's anything, any comments you want to make or any changes modifications you want to make to the referral response at this time. Otherwise, Mr. Gonzalez would lead the effort to have the referral fulfilled.
Supervisor Adams?
Yes, thank you. I did have one thing that I would like to see included. As I was looking at the list of things that you had said as examples of what would be available as far as information and really helping to provide access to those services, there was no mention of childcare, and I would really like to see that added to the list of things that we make available through the program. So that was my primary thing, and then was really delighted to see working with the other departments, Health and Social Services and United Way, to see what's currently available. So we know what we need to build on. And this is just out of curiosity, but I was just wondering, Supervisor Lopez, was there a reason why you chose Greenfield as opposed to like Soledad or Gonzalez or anything? I was just kind of curious about that.
Yeah, I chose Greenfield because it's got the least amount of county services currently in terms of an incorporated city, and the data that we have in terms of behavioral health at least shows a need. And so I saw this as a way to help fill that gap. And in terms of the farm working population, Greenfield per capita is the highest in terms of residents. So that was why I chose that as an initial place. But after comments at the last meeting, I also understood that drive to consider more than one. And so hopefully this is just the model that we can develop and then roll into communities where appropriate and as necessary.
That sounds great. Thank you. And perhaps Greenfield might be able to contribute in maybe through the location, some sort of funding for the resource center, the building itself. Seems like I saw some empty spaces where you were located, but I don't know if that would work.
Hopefully. I mean, I think that's what we're hoping we can find with this investigation, is to identify a location, which can be difficult to find in the city of Greenfield, but more importantly, to start those partnerships, especially with the 3-to-1 match dollars that are available through this. So hopefully we can leverage that into some gains all the way around.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Supervisor Lopez, did you want to continue on with your comments?
No, I just wanted to thank Henry for the initial work, and I look forward to what they're able to bring back. I've started to hear from more folks about this, a lot of interest and a lot of excitement about the potential. And so as we move forward, just continue to encourage staff to be open-minded about all the different resources that might come to fruition in a center like this. As we know, the legislation was written in a way that's pretty liberal in terms of what can be placed in a facility in order to improve the lives of community members, specifically farm workers. And so I'm excited about the initial response and look forward to what staff brings back in the long term. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I support it, but Greenfield's a long ways from Las Lomas and Pajaro. So after we get behind the thing and getting this one going, maybe Supervisor Alejo will help me kind of work towards one up in the north area. And we got to look and see if they have it. I don't know. Do you know whether they have something like this in Watsonville area that could benefit our people, or is it something that we should be doing up north? That's something we got to look at a little bit, but I support the direction we're going. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, no, on the same point, I raised that the last time this came up is just trying to serve a larger workforce, farm workers up in closer to Salinas or North County. So I look forward, if there's a possibility for that, would certainly want to make that happen in collaboration with Supervisor Phillips.
Great. Does this require action? We're just receiving a preliminary report, so we will be having something returned.
Correct. There's only action needed if you wanted to modify the approach that Mr. Gonzalez is proposing.
All right. Thank you, Henry Gonzalez, for being here with us today to give this update. And we look forward to hearing from you again soon.
Thank you.
All right. Did we take that out to public comment? I'm not sure I took that one out to public comment yet. So let's take that out to public comment. This is receiving the preliminary analysis report in regards to the creation of farm worker resource centers. We do have we do not have any comments. Okay. All right, we'll close public comment on that and we don't need any action. So we'll move on to board comments. Let's see here. Anyone want to volunteer to go first for board comments today?
The
Supervisor
volunteers
Adams.
tribute.
I've got Supervisor Adams, you're up next, Supervisor Lopez.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank the HCD department and Public Works as well, the staff, for their responsiveness to the residents' concerns in the Carmel Lagoon Winter Preparedness Zoom meeting last week. There's clearly heightened anxiety over last year's flooding, and I know that they're going to be ever vigilant to be sure they keep an eye out. So, and I thank you so much for the encouragement and for having everything staged should things have really gone bad over the weekend. Also, thankfully, this most recent storm did not result in any problems in the lagoon, and I want the residents to be assured that the work that we're doing really will reduce the flood risks through sandbar management under the parameters that we can act with the various county, state, and federal permits that we have to have, and we have to have them. Day after tomorrow, Thursday at 10 o'clock, the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee will be holding its next quarterly meeting. I'm looking forward to hearing from staff on updates to the various projects that we have underway for Carmel Valley Road. If anyone is interested in additional information or how to participate in the meeting, please just contact my office. Thank you. That's it, ma'am.
All right, Supervisor Lopez, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to say a whole bunch of thanks. Heading out here first is to Public Works, to Randy Ishii, Tom Vonnegut, and the team. They did an incredible job of preparing ahead of the storms, especially in the communities of Chular and up near Fairview on River Road, where they were able to stage equipment, clear out culverts, and just give, by being present and showing that proactive work, it really gave the community reassurance. So I want to thank them for that work. While we didn't end up having a problem, I think a lot of that was due to the work that happened ahead of time. So I want to appreciate their efforts. The other is to Braga Farms, Braga Fresh Family Farms, who donated pumpkins again this year to the children in rural communities in southern Monterey County. I was happy to partner with them. We were able to get pumpkins out to about 200 kids south of King City, which was cool to see them come up, pick their pumpkin out of the trailer and take that back. I know it's a treat, and I just want to thank them for partnering to make that happen. Lastly, I just want to share that I was able to attend the Soledad ribbon cutting for the new Education Center for Hartnell. That was a great day for the entire community. I was there with several great partners, including the Hartnell Board, the Soledad City Council, Robert Rivas, our Assembly member, and others to christen this new facility and welcome the community to their new home. And it was cool to stand there and see an old friend, a friend's mother, and have a conversation with her about what she was going to do as an employee of Hartnell. And that was to provide ECE, early childhood education, right there in that facility. So bringing it home to South County, it was neat to see all of those pieces coming together. So just wanted to thank all the partners who made that possible and give my appreciation to Hartnell and the community for their investment through Measure T in us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. I first of all wanted to take an opportunity to congratulate Salinas' new police chief, Roberto Felice. He was an immigrant originally from Italy, but later came to work for the Marina Police Department and then for the Salinas Police Department since 2017. And this morning, Mayor Kimberly Craig had a press conference announcing him as the chosen next permanent police chief. He was serving as interim, but I really want to congratulate him, and I look forward to working with him to build upon the work that former retired police chief Del Frese did for the police department. A lot of good changes, a lot more community building, community policing. And Roberto seems to be somebody who really wants to work with other elected officials to really uplift the community of Salinas. So I'm excited. And I want to just say that I look forward to being a partner as a county with the city of Salinas and hopefully making Salinas a better place to live for all of its citizens. I also wanted to just take an opportunity to also really thank our county employees, 90% who have now been fully vaccinated. That's really a testament to all our county workers who are taking care of themselves, their families, and their communities. And I just wanted to really applaud them and thank them for really stepping up during these most challenging of times, sometimes being asked to do something that maybe they don't fully agree with or maybe have concerns with. But they're nonetheless, they're doing it to make sure that we're trying to get through this pandemic and put it behind us. So I think it's commendable for our county family for really stepping up in this way as well. This Thursday, Supervisor Askew and I, along with Salinas Mayor Kimberly Craig, have our next virtual town hall on student vaccinations at 5:30, and it's in partnership with KION. So it'll be fully streamed on their website, but also our county different channels as well. And I really want to thank Natividad Hospital, our county health department, County Superintendent Deneen Gus will be on our panel as well. So I look forward to once again trying to get this information out to our residents, all in English. Last week, our town hall was all in Spanish, and it was the first of its kind in the state, trying to really address and provide accurate information to parents on student vaccinations. Last thing I want to say is this October 31st through November 2nd, many of our local communities celebrate Dia de los Muertos, and it's really based on indigenous cultures of Mexico that really remember our ancestors, those who have passed, our loved ones. Part of being alive is also remember where we came from and never forget those who really sacrificed for us and really give us opportunities that many of us enjoy today. So I think it's a beautiful way to remember our families and those who have passed on. So I know at many of our local cemeteries, they have really grown to be big events with a lot of flowers, a lot of candles, music, where families really get together to remember their loved ones. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I want to chime in on the Hartnell mission. We Elsa Jimenez joined us for the kind of the kickoff of the Hartnell out here in North County. We're a little behind what they're doing in South County, and so we're about. We scheduled it, but they're not quite done with some of the interior work and some of the site work. But it's going to be Hartnell's doing an excellent job of really reaching out to our communities and making education an easier way to do. And I know in North County we lost a lot of the support that our people used to always go to Hartnell as the next step, and that's fallen by the wayside recently. And this is really a good way to start reintroducing it and get education easy for our community. So appreciate all the work they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of brief announcements. Also on Thursday, in addition to the vaccination town hall that we're having at 5:30, that'll be live streamed around with information for parents who are anxiously awaiting the opportunity for our 5 to 11-year-olds to get vaccinated. That'll be on Thursday at 5:30. Thursday at 4 o'clock, I'll be hosting another town hall for my East Garrison community members to discuss and review the status of development within that community. That'll be also live streamed on Facebook as well as on Zoom for anyone who's interested in getting updates on the status of development at East Garrison. I think many of us will be at the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership State of the Region on Friday morning, which will be, I believe, a virtual event. And then on this weekend, we've got the air show happening. So I hope folks have a chance to enjoy being outside for the entertainment. And then on Sunday, Halloween, and I'm guessing that all weekend, I just would ask everyone to drive safely and be aware of small humans who are in costume, who are out and about, maybe not paying attention to the streets as much as they normally would because of the excitement of trick-or-treating and trick-or-treating type activities that'll be happening throughout the community this weekend. And then finally, I've been sitting with this, but I do just want to acknowledge the verbal exchange that occurred this morning. I think it's there are difficult conversations that need to take place in our community, and I would just ask that the public continue to work with the board, recognizing that we are all human and we are all bringing our own lived experience to every conversation that we're a part of, and that as a board. Looking to our public, that we also remember that those engaging with the county are bringing their own lived experience to their engagement with us. And I think that there's hopefully what will come from this morning is an opportunity to continue engaging those kinds of conversations and doing some continuing to do some listening to hear from those who bring different perspectives and experiences to every conversation that we're in. So just wanted to quickly acknowledge that as well. Do we do public comment on our board comments? Is that new? Well, is there any public comment on our board comments? As I look at our chair's agenda here, I don't see any hands raised, so I'll close public comment on board comments. And we'll ask if there's any readout on our closed session items from County Council today.
There are no reportable actions from closed session.
All right, thank you. And with that, I think we are ready to adjourn. And this may be the earliest that we've adjourned all year. It is 2:44. So we are going to adjourn the Board of Supervisors, and we'll be back here next week. Thank you all for joining us today.